One, two. Test one, two. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships here in beautiful Craftsbury, Vermont. We have giddy-up conditions for you today as we get underway with racing in just a little over a half an hour. We're about 34 minutes away from the first start of the day at 9 o'clock sharp. We're going to see some of the very best racers in the entire North American continent joining us here for the finals of the Super Tour, as well as the U.S. Cross Country Championships. So great to be with you on the microphone again. This is Pete Davis broadcasting to you live from the heart of the Northeast Kingdom. Special thanks going out to our entire crew, including the pros at Bullet Timing that'll be compiling all the data and getting things underway at 9 o'clock sharp with the women's 10-kilometer classic individual start. Coming up on 25 minutes away from race start here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships here at the Craftsbury Outdoor Center. I'd like to send out a great big thanks to our major officials here on site, including our Chief of Competition, Ollie Burris, our Technical Delegate from NENSA, Eileen Carey, Technical Delegate Assistant, Amy Smith, Chief of Course, Sam Osborne, Chief of Stadium, Eric Hansen, Chief of Timing, Trevor Braun, Race Secretary, Judy Gear, and of course our timers, Bullet Timing. Our medical coordinator today, the talented Brian Picard, and volunteer coordinator, Judy Gear. Special thanks to our major officials here on site for presentation of the 2023 Bill Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. And having had the pleasure of knowing Bill Henchy personally for many years, I'm sure he'd be incredibly proud and happy to see such a great day as we kick off the first of 4 days of competition here in Craftsbury. Great to see this event named after Bill Henchy. 25 minutes away from the first start of the day, ladies 10K. Of course you are. We'd like to send out a great big welcome to the many coaches joining us here for the 2023 Super Tour Finals right here in Craftsbury. A big welcome goes across the border to Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy head coach, Tormod Valen from Canmore, Alberta. We have 3 coaches joining us from Alaska, including Forrest Mallon, Jack Novak, Eric Flora, all out of Anchorage, all representing APU, the Alaska Pacific University. Joining us from Montana, big welcome going out to Vermont Transplant, who was, in his heyday, the fastest sprinter for Team USA from Stratton area, now making his home in Bozeman, Montana with his lovely wife, Erica. Of course, we're talking about Andy Newell, one of the most successful sprinters ever to come out of the United States. Andrew Newell coaching the Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Team. Great to see Andy Newell back in the Green Mountain State. A whole cadre of coaches joining us from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project and the Craftsbury Ski Club, including Michael Gibson, Pepa Milocheva, Jake Barton, Audrey Magnan, Anna Schultz, Richard Costanza, and Nicholas Brown, all helping out with the Craftsbury Ski Club team. Big thanks going out to the team from Dartmouth. They're celebrating their appearance at the NCAA Championships, recently concluded in Lake Placid. John Still Hagenbuch making his name known there with his silver medal performance in the long distance event at the NCAAs. They're coached by Kemi Thompson-Graves, Callie Young, and Brayton Osgood. Magna cum laude student, went on to get his master's degree, and now assisting Kemi Thompson-Graves at Dartmouth as part of the Nordic team coaching staff. A big welcome to the entire crew joining us from EMXE, that's Eastern Massachusetts cross country. The coaches include Robert Burnham, Joshua Burgle, Mark Dowdy, Cale Brahms, and Benjamin Sirica. Kate Brahms, by the way, was listed as the favorite skier of Shea Brahms, along with Leah Brahms. Joining us from Ford Sayre, one of the oldest ski clubs in the nation. Great to have them joining us from both sides of the Connecticut River. From New Hampshire, Tyler Lee, and from Vermont, Will Solo from Heinsberg, Vermont, and Hillary McNamee from South Stratford. From GMVS, we have 4 talented coaches, including Katrina Derrick, Elliot Ketchell, Jesse Donovan, and head coach Colin Rogers from Waitsfield, Vermont. Head of the Nordic program down at GMVS, representing the Gumbies, and what a great season they have had. Of course, the accomplishments of Tabor Greenberg, just absolutely stunning all year long. Tabor's been having an incredible year, and we'll see him later on this morning, starting with bib number 105. Keep your eye on that kid. He is the future of American skiing. Right here, live and direct at Craftsbury. Benjamin Kamiluich joins us from Bethel, Maine, the home of Gould Academy, where they have a Nordic Trail system right on campus. 2 racers that have turned their hats into coaching hats from Mansfield Nordic, including Adam Turco from Jericho and Rosemary Shea Cobb from Westford. The EISA Coach of the Year, 2-time Olympian Andrew Johnson from Middlebury, and the Middlebury College ski team joins us for today's event, where he'll be coaching his Panther athletes from Middlebury. From Ontario, 2 talented coaches joining us, Catherine Denny and Leslie Bode from Thunder Bay. From Northern Michigan University, racing for the Huskies, Andy Keller, Ruth Opplinger from Marquette. Kurt Jepson joins us from Scarborough, Maine, representing Portland Nordic Skiing, along with BSF. Mackenzie Rizzio, who is a standout performer at Stratton Mountain School, now coaching her brother Luke Rizzio, who had standout performances not only in the recently completed VPA State Championships of High School Racing, but also at the Eastern Regionals, where he took top honors, top of the podium performance in sprint. We'll be seeing him later on today. Welcome, Coach Mackenzie Rizzio. Peter Holmes joins us from Sun Valley, Idaho, racing and coaching with the Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation. Josh Smolin and David Norris, the iconic racer, moving south of the border back into the lower 48 states from Alaska, now coaching the Steamboat Winter Springs program. Steamboat Springs coaches include Josh Smolin and David Norris. Pat O'Brien joins Perry Thompson, Alexandra Jospe, Matthew Bubar, Alex Jospe, George Forbes from Wardsboro, all from the Stratton Mountain School and the SMS T2 team. Congratulations to Matthew Bubar, who was the head of the coaching crew from the New England team, corralling all the cats out there in Fairbanks, Alaska, where they took the cup at the Junior National Championships. Congratulations to Matthew Bubar on that impressive accomplishment, bringing the cup back to New England. Leo Hipp joins us from the land of 10,000 lakes, coaching for Team Berkey. Former Middlebury star and SMS skier, Heather Mooney, coaching out of the University of Denver, where she's the assistant coach for DU Pioneers. Friedrich Landstadt joins Miles Havlik for the University of Utah, and they are still celebrating their incredible gold medal performance at the NCAA Championships. They put together an incredible performance in the final day of long distance racing, especially on the women's side, where you had some outrageous performances. They took first and third in that event, in the long distance event for the women, assuring them the overall win for the NCAA championships. Congratulations to Utah, taking the championships at the NCAAs in Lake Placid. And joining us for the Catamounts of the University of Vermont, coaches, multi-Olympian Patrick Weaver, assisted by Brandon Herhusky, who used to be the assistant coach down at Harvard. Great to see Herhusky helping out Pat Weaver with the Catamounts. We'll be seeing some of those fast cats hitting the track when we get underway with racing action in just about 15 minutes. 15 minutes till our first race start. Women's 10K coming your way at 9 o'clock sharp. Super fast conditions for the racers today. Variable conditions over the next 5 days of Northeast Kingdom weather. We're expecting high temperatures in the 50s tomorrow, a little bit of rain predicted, but today, blue sky, perfect conditions for racing here at the final event, Tour Action. And we'd like to let everybody know that equipment control is now open. Please head on over to the green LL Bean tent, the start line. Equipment control is now open. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to look her up. What, listen, I was like, Taking a look at the top performers in the women's category on the Super Tour, checking the overall standings. Haley Swerble with an insurmountable 426 points has virtually wrapped up the tour at this point. She's competing on the World Cup, the Olympian, a no-show in Craftsbury for the finals. But keep an eye out for number 2 in the overall rankings, Sydney Palmer Leisure, coming off the University of Utah's winning ways at the NCAA Championships. Sydney Palmer Leisure, currently in 2nd place in the overall standings for Super Tour points, followed by Alex Lawson from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project, and her teammate from Craftsbury, Margie Freed, currently in 4th in the overall standings. Sarah Goebel and her teammate from BSF Pro, Maria Brettel, are in 5th and 6th place. Novi McCabe from the University of Utah, 7th place overall in the Super Tour standings, and what an amazing NCAA championship for McCabe as she swept the podium with gold medal performances in the 5K freestyle and in the 20K distance event. Novi McCabe, nobody could beat her, and she was a big factor in Utah's big win at the NCAA championships. Congratulations to her. Sammy Smith, Tilde Bangman, and Hannah Rudd round out the top 10 in the overall points for Super Tour. And speaking of top 10, we are 10 minutes away from race start. 10 minutes till race start, and a reminder that equipment control has opened. You're welcome to check in at the LL Bean tent. The big green tent located just in front of the biathlon range is where you can get through equipment control. Coming up on 6 minutes before race time, as we get ready to go, some of you might be scratching your head going, what is the U.S. Super Tour? It's a series of cross-country skiing events arranged by the International Ski Federation, the FIS. It's one of the 9 FIS cross-country Continental Cups, a second-level competition ranked just below the Cross-Country World Cup. The U.S. Super Tour is open for competitors from all nations, but are mainly a competition for skiers from the USA. The Super Tour has been held since the 2001 season and has been part of the U.S. Cross Cup since 2004. As a World Cup qualification, In the end of certain periods, the overall leaders for both genders receive a place in the World Cup in the following period. The overall winners of the season receive a place in the World Cup in the beginning of the following season. Taking a look at some of our top competitors from past Super Tours. For the women, Caitlin Gregg stands out with a couple of wins. She did it first in 2006, then she backed it up with another big win in 2013. Christiana Strandberg from Sweden, two-time Super Tour winner in 2007 and 2008. Rebecca DeSalt in 2009. Familiar names, all of them. Holly Brooks, 2010. And the amazing skier from Afton Alps, Minnesota, Jessie Diggins, taking the crown in 2011. Rosie Brennan has won the event twice. Rosie Brennan in 2012, overall tour leader in 2014 as well. Caitlin Patterson, doing a great job, the former star for the University of Vermont Catamounts, taking the Super Tour title in 2015. Chelsea Holmes, and Nence's new employee, did a great job organizing the Bill Koch Youth Festival this year. Caitlin Miller took the overall crown for the Super Tour back in 2017 and also was invited to the Olympics based on her incredible results. Caitlin Miller, 2017 champion. Julia Kern, 2018-19 season champion for the Super Tour. And Caitlin Miller, once again, in 2019 and 2020, she was your champion of the Super Tour. The season was canceled due to the coronavirus pandemic in 2020-21, but the big question is now, who's going to be your top skiers for overall Super Tour as we go into the finals here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. All of our skiers, good luck to each and every one of them. We are 3 minutes away from race start. Four minutes till race start. 4 minutes till race start. And a reminder, you got to go through equipment control. Make sure you're picking up your chips. Leave plenty of time to get to the start on time. Taking a look at our very first skier of the day, it's going to be Alaska Pacific University star Lily Pancook, towing the line with bib number 1. She's going to be followed by Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy skier Marley Mollerino. Francesca Kitch joins us from the east of Williams College. She'll be wearing bib number 3. Natalie Hood from APU Nordic Ski Center, wearing bib number 4. Catherine Mason from ENRG, the Ontario Ski Team, wearing bib number 5. Elizabeth Graziani joins us from the Green Mountain Valley School, representing the Gumbies of GMVS. We'll be joined by Stratton Mountain School, Maddie Hooker. 3 minute warning, 3 minute warning. Maddie's going to be joined by Ava Schneider from Middlebury Union High School. What a fabulous job they did at the Vermont High School State Championships, taking the crown for Division II. Middlebury, the Tigers, taking the crown for Vermont State High School Championships. Katya Semenluk joins us from Alberta World Cup Academy. And rounding out the top 10 starters, Virginia Cobb, the talented biathlete from Mansfield Nordic, also competes with the Ethan Allen Biathlon Club. Her dad, Max, recently appointed as the head honcho for International Biathlon Union, relocating to Salzburg, Austria, in the base lodge today, taking care of a little business before he comes out to cheer on number 10, his daughter, Virginia Cobb. Two-minute warning. Good luck to the women as we see them lining up, getting ready to go in the start platform right now. Representing APU and the Nordic Ski Center at Alaska Pacific University, Lily Pencook. 1. And that's going to be the 1-minute warning. Good luck to the girls as we line them up. 1 minute till race start. Lily Pencook's going to be joined by Marley Molarino from Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy. Wearing bib number 2, Francesca Kitch from Williams, wearing bib number 3. Natalie Hood joining us from APU Nordic Ski Center, wearing bib number 4. Catherine Mason from Ontario Ski Team, representing our neighbors to the north, wearing bib number 5. What an amazing day we've got for racing here in the heart of the Northeast Kingdom, here at Craftsbury. Special thanks to our many volunteers making it all happen. Great to have your assistance as we get it ready to go with an on-time delivery of our start. Your first skier, now on course, Lily Pencook from APU. Sliding into the start platform. Looks like we do have a no-show. Number 3 in the start right now, Francesca Kitch, Williams College, the EAF, in the distinctive cow pattern purple and white uniform from Williams. They train at Prospect Mountain just across the border in Vermont. And there she goes on course. Francesca Kitch. Natalie Hood from APU is going to try to track down her teammate, Lily Pencook. She's in the start right now, representing APU Nordic Ski Center, a powerhouse of Nordic talent up there in Alaska. Number 4, counting down the seconds, Natalie Hood. Now on course for APU. Catherine Mason joins us from the Ontario Ski Team. Mason wearing bib number 5. Had a great ski season north of the border. No snow issues. As number 5 keeps the skis moving in the start on what has to be just one of the best days of racing. The snow super consistent. Some of the south-facing slopes getting a little challenging, but there goes number 5 on course, Catherine Mason. Elizabeth Graziani joins us from Green Mountain Valley School, coached by Colin Rogers. Katrina, formerly Katrina Howe, a lot of familiar names from past racing years. Brother of Alex Howe. Great coaching staff down there at GMVS. As the Gumby, Elizabeth Graziani leaves the start for Green Mountain Valley School. Another one of our great ski academies here in the Green Mountain State, Stratton Mountain Schools, Maddie Hooker. Moving up to the start wand right now. Maddie Hooker, coached by Matt Bubar and the whole crew down there at SMS, celebrating their 50th anniversary last year. And the installation of a new headmaster, Carson Thurber, now running the show down at SMS. She's on course, Maddie Hooker. Joining us from the state championship winning team, the Tigers of Middlebury Union High School, Ava Schneider. Number 8, Ava Schneider in the start. And there she goes. On course for Middlebury Union. Number 9, Katja Semenluk from Alberta World Cup Academy. It's the reverb. Katja Semeluk from Alberta World Cup Academy wearing bib number 9 in the start. Keeping the skis moving as she counts down the seconds and is now on course on a bluebird day here in Craftsbury. Your next racer, not only a talented Nordic skier, but also a talented biathlete, Virginia Cobb from Mansfield Nordic, coached by Adam Turco. And a great crew of coaches out at the Ethan Allen Firing Range, a world-class facility with paved trails for roller skiing in the summer. Very challenging course with an uphill section coming into the firing range. Virginia Cobb from Westford, Vermont, now on course. Kalibri Drobish joins us from Northern Michigan University, up there in the UP. Good luck to her now, wearing bib number 11. NMU with a nice showing at the NCAA Championships, and now she is on course. Your next skier, a familiar face for race fans here in Vermont, broke all of our hearts when she moved across the Connecticut River to attend the University of New Hampshire. This is Hattie Barker, now in the start platform. Racing for the Wildcats this year, she had a fabulous season, posting some top results for the EISA, representing the Wildcats, coached by Corey Schwartz and the crew down there in Durham, New Hampshire. Hattie Barker now on course. Another one of our skiers from Northern Michigan University is Pearl Harvey. Pearl sliding into the start platform, ready for a big showing at the 2023 Henchy Memorial US Super Tour Finals and Toyota US Cross Country Championships. Pearl Harvey in the start, counting down the seconds. Now on course. Our next skier, a familiar face for fans of the UVM Catamounts, currently racing for SMS T2 team, Evelina Sutro. Evelina Sutro, training with Pat O'Brien, Matt Bubar, and the entire crew down there at Stratton Mountain School. I was just down there coaching an alpine camp and could not believe the amount of snow that they had out of the most recent storm. 4 feet, solid everywhere. Trees down, power lines down, but none of that stopped Lena Sutro from showing up for today's race, and she is now on course. Joining us, she made her home in Burlington, Vermont as a high school racer, made the move to her adopted Institute of Higher Learning, Middlebury College ski team racer, Quincy Massey Bierman. Quincy in the start platform right now, racing for the Panthers all year. She had a great EISA season. She'd love to back it up with a big finish here at the Henchy Memorial Super Tour Finals, and Quincy Massey Bierman now on course. Lauren McCullough from Northern Michigan University, moving into the start platform right now. McCullough from NMU, racing for the Huskies. Great to see number 23, Annie McColgan, cheering on one of her teammates who's having a little tough time getting into the start. On course, number 16, Lauren McCullough. Better late than never is your 16th overall in the tour standings. That's Renee Anderson from Team Berkey. She has a total of 101 points, and talk about timing. Good job to the coach as she slides into the start platform. Renee Anderson. Got the adrenaline running now. She is going to have a great start. Renee Anderson from Team Berkey. She'd love to see her move up in the standings. Currently in 16th place in the overall Super Tour point standings. Emma Page joins us from the Mansfield Nordic Club. Tip of the hat to Adam Turco for doing such a great job fostering the development of some incredible racers coming out of the MNC. Emma Page in the start. Emma Page now on course, looking for a big finish for Mansfield Nordic. Our next skier into the start goes Ezra Smith, part of that powerhouse University of Utah ski team. celebrating their big win at the NCAA Championships. A lot of team pride for the Utes. We've got a lot of talented racers from the Utes, one of which is in the start right now. This is Ezra Smith, on course for the University of Utah. Joining us from APU is Merritt Flora. And the name Flora, certainly synonymous with racing in Alaska. Eric Flora, the head coach at APU. And Merritt Flora right now, and we got no power. Oh, Ed. All right, number 20, we're back online as Merritt Flora leaves the start. The fastest skier from St. Lawrence University. She did a great job qualifying for the NCAA Championships. Looks like she will be a no-show. That is Emma Strack from SLU. We see a ghost in the start platform right now. Tough break there. We would have loved to have seen Emma representing the Saints from St. Lawrence, coached by head coach Ethan Townsend. They were the hosts of the recently completed NCAA Championships. As we see the EISA Rookie of the Year sliding into the start. What a year it's been for the Dartmouth ski teamer. This is Ava Thurston, formerly a star for the Highlanders at Harwood Union High School. She's a first year at Dartmouth, and she's in the start platform right now. She had some top 10 finishes in the NCAAs and was named the EISA Rookie of the Year, along with her Dartmouth teammate, John Steele Hagenbuch. There goes Ava Thurston, now on course. Another favorite of the fans for the University of Vermont is Annie McColgan. McColgan now in the start, ready to rip for the Catamounts. It was great to see her cheering on Renee Anderson as she got into the start platform. Just a reminder for any of the later seated athletes, make sure to show up at equipment control with a little bit of extra time so you can get your chips on as Annie McColgan leaves the start. Coming off a 5th place finish at the NCAAs, Sydney Palmer Leisure from the University of Utah ski team, grew up in Park City. She's 2nd overall in the Super Tour points standings with a total of 315 points. Number 2 overall in Super Tour points. That 5th place finish for the Utes, certainly a factor in their big win at the NCAA Championships. She's on course now, Sydney Palmer Leisure. Now stepping into the start platform, her teammate for the Utes, Celine Meyer. And it looks like the Ute will not make the start, so we have a ghost stepping in instead. So we go to our next racer, number 26, Karianne Dengerud from Oslo, Norway. Fabulous skier, currently in 11th place with 149 points in the overall Super Tour points standings. Dengerud, 4-time junior national champion from Norway. She's in the start, keeping those skis moving. And wearing bib number 26, Dengerud, now on course. Maria Bredel, 6th in Super Tour point standings with a total of 200 points. She's a member of the Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Team, coached by Andy Newell. And she is now in the start, wearing bib number 27. Number 27, looking to move up in the standings. Maybe it'll be top 5 by the end of the season for her. She's currently in 6th place. She'd love to see a big finish here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. And there she goes, Maria Bredel, now on course. Joining us from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project is Alexandra Lawson. Now Lawson is 3rd overall in the Super Tour point standings. So she's psyched to see that potential podium in the overall results. Alexandra Lawson, wearing bib number 28. 30-second start intervals for all the girls, so please plan accordingly. Give yourselves plenty of time as Lawson leaves the start. Katarina Hanyakova. Looks like she'll not be making the start. A tough break there for the Northern Michigan University Husky. not making it to the start, so we have a ghost. And it looks like number 29 will be a no-show. Well, that leaves the door wide open for the 4th place overall point leader in the Super Tour with 250 points from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. This is Margie Freed, working her way into the start platform, representing the hometown team right here in Craftsbury. She knows these trails intimately, having trained here for a number of years. She's ready to let them rock for Craftsbury. Margie Freed. Love to see more points added to her 250 points that she's accumulated so far in Super Tour racing action. And Freed now on course. Merle Richter joins us from Northern Michigan University. And it looks like Richter, a no-show from NMU. Tough break there, so number 31 not heading to the start. Elena Sonjason will be your next starter, joining us from the SMS T2 team. Fabulous group of athletes, train year-round at the Stratton Mountain School with the T2 organization. Of course, Jessie Diggins, part of that crew. Her teammate, Elena Sonjason, currently 23rd place with 60 points overall in the Super Tour standings. In the start, Elena Sonjason, wearing bib number 32. Elena getting cheered on by fans at the start, and the T2 racer putting the hammer down out of the start. Hannah Rudd in the top 10 of the tour standings from BSF Pro Team. Rudd currently in 10th place with a total of 155 points in Super Tour point standings. The 10th place overall. She'd love to see an improvement on that, and she is in the start, getting ready to go for the Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Team, coached by Andy Newell. And Rudd now on course. Moving into the start platform now from the University of Colorado Buffaloes. 2nd place team in the NCAA championships. As we see racer number 2 working her way back through the venue, that is Marley Molinaro from the Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy. Heading back out for another lap as we see the Buffalo out of the start platform from the University of Colorado Boulder, Hannah Abramson. Michaela Keller-Miller joins us from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project in the start. Racing in the senior category, Keller-Miller, ready to fly out of the race start. And she's on course. Gonna work real hard to see if she can track down Margie Freed, her teammate from Craftsbury. Into the start goes your next starter. This is number 36, 5th in the overall Super Tour point standings with a total of 243 points. It's Sarah Goebel from the BSF Pro Team. Goebel wearing bib number 36. Leaving the start for BSF Pro. And we have another no-show, Elizabeth Tuttle from the University of Vermont. Will not start. Our next starter, number 38, Erin Bianco from Team Berkey, currently in 13th place in the tour standings with 131 points. The point standings pretty tight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. As the clock ticks down for the no-show. Bianco from Team Berkey in the start, wearing bib number 38. Bianco now on course. Currently in 15th place in the overall tour point standings with a total of 104 points is your next starter, number 39, Annika Landis. representing the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. Tip of the hat to Judy Gear and Dick Dreisigacker with the foundation of the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. Seems like they saw the whole issue with global warming long before a lot of people did, as we see number 3, Francesca Kitch from Williams, coming back in for her next lap. The mighty Eve on her way back out for yet another lap. Selma Anderson joins us from Denver University. DU, third place team at the NCAA Championships, representing the Pioneers. And she's now on course, Selma Anderson. Your next skier joins us from Bethel, Maine, where she attends Gould Academy. This is Nyla Scott, representing Gould. They've got a wonderful Nordic Center right on campus at Gould, in the shadow of mighty Sunday River for the alpine skiers. And the racers separating out nicely as we see racers coming in for their next lap into the race venue. Racer number 6, heading out for her next lap, Elizabeth Graziani as the Gould skier, number 41. Nyla Scott works her way out onto the course. She'll be joined in just a few moments by her teammate, Hannah Gorman, but right now it's Kelsey Johannes from APU in the start. The Alaskan, coached by Eric Flora, keeping her skis moving in the start platform as she gets ready to head out. Each of the laps, 5 kilometers, for a total of 3.1 miles. 2 laps, 6.2 miles to the finish line. In the start platform right now, from Gould Academy, Hannah Gorman. Good luck to Hannah, being cheered on by her coaches as the Gould skier, now on campus. Mansfield Nordic skier, Elsa Sanborn, into the start platform, wearing the distinctive uniform of MNC. She's going to be joined by her talented teammate, Brooke Greenberg from MNC. They're starting back-to-back. The first skier, Elsa Sanborn, wearing bib number 44. The skiers who train at the 40th and Allen firing range in Jericho, Vermont, now on course. Elsa Sanborn. Moving into the start platform right now, number 45, Brooke Greenberg. Talented trio of skiers in the Greenberg family. Dad Reed Greenberg couldn't be more proud of the accomplishments of all the kids. This is Brooke Greenberg, working her way out of the start in just a moment. And Brooke Greenberg out of the start. Reese Furneaux joins us from Gould, sliding into the start platform. Lots of great opportunities for training for the Gould skiers. They've got their own Nordic Center right on campus, but just down the road, of course, is a site of the National Championships over in Rumford. And this is Reese Furneaux joining us from Gould. Now on campus, or now on course, the Gould skier leaving the start. Joining us from Nakartok is our next skier, Anna Semyulik. Semyulik in the start platform as one of our skiers from the T2 works her way around. That is number 14. Heading back out for another lap is Evelina Sutro from SMS and the T2 squad. Down to our final 3 starters of the day. Anna, now on course, racing out of Nakartok. Her teammate, Sophie Tremblay from ENRG Nakartok, wearing bib number 48, will be your next starter. A nice turnover pace right there for number 15. Coming back in for lap number 2 is Quincy Massey Bierman from Middlebury, racing for the Panthers. As Sophie Tremblay counts down the seconds and is now on course, representing Nakartok. And our final starter of the day, good luck to her, from Ford Sayre. Starting at the 9:24:30 mark is Sarah Glueck. Gluick in the start. Our final starter of the 49 starters in the women's event here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. And your final starter for the women, now on course for 10K action. Sarah Gluick leaving the start, and what an amazing day we have for racing. The track in unbelievable shape. Temperatures hovering about the mid-20s at the start of racing. They're expected to climb up into the 40s. So presenting a little bit of challenge for the wax chefs down there at the wax cabins. As the day goes on, race number 16. Powering up that hill, Lauren McCullough from Northern Michigan University. Heading back out for lap number 2. 5 kilometers to go to the finish. "25 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock. Men's competition coming up right at the conclusion of women's racing. Number 22 working her way around for another lap, Ava Thurston, passing quite a few racers on her way into lap number 2, the EISA Rookie of the Year, former standout for the Highlanders of Harwood Union. Her sister Julia Thurston doing a great job at the Vermont State High School Championships and Eastern Regionals. Ava Thurston, the EISA Rookie of the Year, heading out for lap number 2. Race number 20 from APU, Merritt Flora. Sydney Palmer Leisure from Utah, looking to track down Flora now. Palmer Leisure, 5th place for the Utes in NCAA competition, making the pass just as they leave the race arena. And there we can see one of the Catamounts from the University of Vermont, number 23, Annie McColgan, doing a great job representing the Catamounts of the University of Vermont. McColgan, the 2020 Oregon State Champion. And in state championship action in Ultimate Frisbee, she was on the silver medalist team back in 2020. McColgan firing it up for the Catamounts. Another one of the talented Ute skiers from Oslo, Norway. Currently in 11th place in the overall standings is number 26 as she heads out for her second lap, Karianne Dengerud, the Oslo native. 4-time junior national champion in Norway. Dengerud would love to see a top podium finish today for her native land. Look at the turnover right there for number 27, carrying the speed nicely. Maria Brettel from BSF Pro. Tip of the hat to Andy Newell and the entire coaching staff out at the Bridger Ski Foundation. Great to see Andy Newell giving back to the sport that he was so successful in as a sprinter for Team USA. Race number 28, Alexandra Lawson, 3rd in the overall Super Tour point standings. Doing a great job representing Craftsbury Green Racing Project. Lawson heading out for lap number 2. In just a few minutes, we'll see the first finishers of the day working their way across the finish line, located right adjacent to the Bullet timing truck as we come up on 9:30. $11 o'clock start for the men. So we're about an hour and a half away from men's start. Race number 30, heading back out for lap number 2 is Margie Freed, 4th in the overall Super Tour standings from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. So the locals have got to be cheering on those two skiers as they work their way around the 3rd and 4th place skiers in the overall Super Tour point standings. An incredible season coming to a close here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. One of the more bizarre combinations of cyclocross, Nordic skiing, and death-defying traps will be taking place at the Cochrane Ski Area on April 2nd. It's the Cochrane Nordic Cross event featuring water hazards, backward skiing sections, jumps, flames, you name it. It's all going to be taking place April 2nd if you'd like to head out for a real fun event. Elena Sonesson from SMST2 passes through the race venue on her way to lap number 2. That event has been won by the Ogdens, both Catherine and Ben, in past years, and rumor has it that Ben will be showing up for the April 2nd event over at Cochrane's. Starts at the top of the Cochrane Ski Area, so you better bring your oxygen because it's a pretty high altitude venue. You work your way down the hill, encountering bank turns, jumps, water hazards, sections where you got to ski backwards, a bicycle pump section, but then you got to go back uphill to the finish line. As we see number 34, Hannah Abramson from the University of Colorado, racing for the Buffalo. 1, 2. And with a few sparks and a sniff of ozone, we're back on the air here at Craftsbury. Our next skier entering the race venue, wearing bib number 33 and looking ready for that next 5.0K is Hannah Rudd from BSF Pro. Montana, the new adopted home state of Eileen Carey, serving as our technical delegate today. Eileen spent a number of years here in the East working for NENSA, doing a great job building up the foundation of the New England Nordic Ski Association before heading west to Montana and her new adopted home state. Great to have Eileen Carey as our technical delegate today. And approaching the finish line right now, here comes your first finisher, racer number 2, Marley Molinaro from the Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy. Stopping the clocks at about 9:33.17. With our first finisher in the finish area, it'll be great to see how the rest of the field stacks up. And don't forget, we'll have up-to-the-minute updates with your top skiers as soon as they're provided by Bullet Timing. Stay tuned. But you have to appreciate the distance she put on the rest of the field. A good finish there for Molinaro from Alberta, as we have yet to see anybody on the horizon. But there she is right now, your next skier approaching the finish line now, working her way up that final hill past the Craftsbury Outdoor Center Base Lodge. On our way to the finish line now is your next skier. Well, correction, that was a lap skier right there. I believe that was number 38, Erin Bianco from Team Berkey. So Molinaro's time has to be pretty strong because we've yet to see another competitor in view of the finish. So Molinaro with the time to beat, establishing the pace for the field. Joins us from the Alberta World Cup Academy. Just for comparison, we downloaded the point standings in FIS. For the USA, Jessie Diggins has the best points in the country, no surprise there. She's followed by Rosie Brennan, Julia Kern, Sophia Laukley, Novi McCabe, who won back-to-back events at the NCAA Championships, Elena Sonesson, currently in 6th place overall for U.S. points. As we see our next competitor approaching the finish line from APU, the Alaska Pacific University skier, Lily Pencook, through the finish line wearing bib number 1. The skier with the number 1 points in the overall standings for Super Tour has the 7th best FIS points in the country, and that is Haley Swerble. She's followed in 8th place by Sydney Palmer Leisure, who's racing here today, along with Hannah Abramson and Alexandra Lawson. So the very best skiers in the United States from the point list. You've got a number of them represented here for the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Approaching the finish line now is your next competitor to post a finish. A very strong finish there. Passed a lot of skiers on our way to that finish line is number 9, Katya Semenik from Alberta World Cup Academy, joining her teammate, Marley Molinaro, now in the finish line. The Alberta skiers putting on quite a show in our first event of 4 days of competition here at Craftsbury. Katya's time, certainly going to be one of the faster times to beat today. Let's see how it all stacks up. We'll get some up-to-the-minute reports from Bullet Timing. If you'd like to check them out, there are 2 scoreboards located over on the barn, the big garage over there. You can see they're a little bit in the sun right now, but those 2 video screens have the results of our skiers. Racer number 4 approaching the finish line now. A big finish here for the APU skier. That is Natalie Hood, racing for the APU Nordic Ski Center. Right behind her, another one of our Canadian skiers. Approaching the finish line now from the Ontario ski team is Catherine Mason. Nice finish for number 5. Here comes a battle to the finish line with one of our skiers from Williams across the line, Francesca Kitch, not giving an inch to number 6, Elizabeth Graziani from the Green Mountain Valley School. So the high schooler pressuring the college athlete right to the finish line. That was Kitch crossing the finish line for Williams, and GMVS skier representing the Gumbies, Elizabeth Graziani. Number 11 approaching the finish line, Colibri Drobish from Northern Michigan University. She's going to be followed by number 8, Ava Schneider from Middlebury Union High School, representing the Tigers of Middlebury. Here comes Hattie Barker for the UNH Wildcats. Former standout from Mansfield Nordic, crossing the finish line, coached by her dad, Eric Barker, for a number of years, and Hattie Barker into the finish line. Another one of our Mansfield Nordic skiers working her way to the finish line right now is number 10, Virginia Cobb. Marley Molinaro currently in first place. Her teammate from the Alberta World Cup Academy in second place, Katja Semeniluk. Hattie Barker just posting the third fastest time, followed by Colibri Drobish, Virginia Cobb, Ava Schneider, Lily Pencook. Catherine Mason and Elizabeth Graziani joins Natalie Hood, rounding out the top 10. Quincy Massey Bierman just moving into fourth place with her finish, bumping Hattie Barker back into fifth. Approaching the finish line now for the SMS T2 team. Number 14 across the line, Lena Sutro. Solid finish there for SMS T2. Putting the hammer down, number 13. This is Pearl Harvey from Northern Michigan University. On her way to the finish line wearing bib number 13. So once again, recapping the action, it's Alberta in the driver's seat. The fastest time, Marlena Marigliano in first place, joined by her Alberta teammate, Katja Semeniuk. What a stellar day for racing here at Craftsbury at the Outdoor Center. Fabulous job, Azuki Ava Thurston, now approaching the finish line for the Big Green of Dartmouth. Here comes the EISA Rookie of the Year, number 22. Working our way down to the final 20 meters. It's Ava Thurston through the finish line for the Big Green of Dartmouth. Solid finish there for Ava Thurston. Had a top 5 result at the NCAA Championships just a little over 10 days ago. Great to see her skiing so well in her first year at Dartmouth. One of the powerful skiers for the University of Utah, now approaching the finish line, is Ezra Smith from the Utes of Utah. Number 19, Ezra Smith through the finish line. And her teammate with incredibly fast pace up that final hill, number 24, Sydney Palmer Leisure, currently in second place overall in the Super Tour point standings. And here goes Leisure, Palmer Leisure through the finish line, wearing bib number 24. She was part of that powerhouse trio of skiers racing for Utah at the NCAA Championships and a big factor in Utah's win at the NCAA Championships. Racer number 16 approaching the finish line now. This is Lauren McCullough from Northern Michigan University, representing the Huskies. Number 16 through the finish. Quick reminder for the men, your start at 11 o'clock. We're an hour and 15 minutes away from men's start. Well, that incoming solar radiation powering up those panels today on a beautiful day here at Craftsbury is number 23, Annie McCoglin, eyes the prize, that finish line. Here comes the talented skier for the Catamounts. Leaving it all out there on the raceway today is McColgan through the finish line for the Catamount. She's going to be followed closely now by number 26 from Utah. That's Kariana Dengerud. Behind her, the younger skier from Mount Mansfield Nordic. That is Emma Page, followed closely, number 27, making a pass right at the last second, is 6th place overall in the Super Tour point standings with 200 points from BSF Pro. The Bridger Ski Foundation skier Maria Bredal into the finish line. Here comes another one of the talented skiers from Craftsbury. Number 28 on her way to the line is Alexandra Lawson, 3rd overall in Super Tour point standings through the finish line. Solid finish there for number 28, Alexandra Lawson. And once again, we've got some big prizes on the line. If you're in the top standings of Super Tour, it means World Cup starts. It means funding. It means a lot of different things. Here comes race number 30. Margie Freed, currently in 4th position overall in the Super Tour point standings, on her way to the finish line, and it's going to be a fast finish for Freed. Through the line goes number 30, Margie Freed. Number 20 will follow. This is Merritt Flora from Alaska Pacific University, and the APU skier joins the competitors in the finish area. Eleven o'clock start for the men on a stellar day here in the Northeast Kingdom. So named by George Aiken, former governor for the state of Vermont, who went on to have an incredible career in the Senate. George Aiken coining the phrase, the Northeast Kingdom, and making it a popular reference to this neck of the woods, where we have some World Championship cheese and beer being brewed here in Greensboro, one of the neighboring communities to Craftsbury. And that gold medal cheese manufacturer credits the fact that he kiln dries his hay. Kiln drying the hay so there's no mold on it has a definite impact on the quality of the milk that they produce at the farms where the gold medal world Championship cheese is made. Our next skier to approach the finish line, representing the SMS T2 squad. Very good finish here for number 32. This is Elena Sonesson, currently in 23rd in the Super Tour point standings for SMS T2. Sonesson through the finish line. Number 34, working hard to the finish line, Hannah Abramson from the University of Colorado, representing the Buffaloes. And University of Colorado Boulder skier into the finish line, number 34, Hannah Abramson. Just a stellar day for our athletes. Temperatures expected to creep up into the 40s by the completion of racing today. But enjoying that real fast track. The women skiers getting out early this morning at 9 o'clock, getting out there for that giddy up conditions we've got here in Craftsbury. Little under an hour and 15 until the men's start. We've got a lot of fast still to cross the finish line for the women's event. There will be a flower ceremony at 12:15 to recognize our top competitors today here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. Big thanks to our Chief of Competition, Ollie Burris, Technical Delegate, Eileen Carey, TDA, Amy Smith, Chief of Course, Sam Osborne, Chief of Stadium, Eric Hansen, Chief of Timing, Trevor Braun, Race Secretary and Volunteer Coordinator, Judy Gear. Just some of the folks making it all happen here at Craftsbury. Racer number 33 through the finish line is Hannah Rudd. Cracking the top 10, she's currently in 10th place in the overall Super Tour standings with 155 points, racing for BSF Pro. Meanwhile, her teammate crossing the finish line for BSF Pro, 5th in the overall Tour standings, Sarah Goebel. Number 35 into the finish line goes Michaela Keller-Miller from Craftsbury. Blue sky conditions here at Craftsbury at the Outdoor Center. Wrapping up a stellar season of great competitions here in the heart of the Northeast Kingdom. The biathlon range, a nice new addition to the facility here. Total of 15 lanes in the new range. And already the impact of having that training facility here and competition facility here at Craftsbury has had a huge impact on some of the local skiers. We're seeing some great results from biathletes from Craftsbury. Number 38, on her way to the finish line, Erin Bianco. Bianco from Team Berkey in the top 15 of the overall Super Tour standings, sitting solid with 13th place with 131 points. Bianco from Team Berkey into the finish area. Coaches on course, testing out wax, checking out conditions as we prepare for the men's race at 11 o'clock. Still have a bunch of talented women to cross that finish line though, so we'll be introducing you to them as they work out through that final hill to the finish line. Sending out a happy birthday to former Dartmouth Big Green skier and recent mom, Sophie Caldwell Hamilton, married to fellow U.S. teamer Simi Hamilton. They just built their home in Basalt, Colorado, and welcomed Lily, their beautiful little daughter named after Sophie's mom. Racer number 40 across the finish line is Selma Anderson from the University of Denver and the DU Pioneer through the finish line. DU, by the way, 3rd place overall in the NCAA championships, followed by 4th place finishers UVM. Race number 39 on her way to the finish line, representing the Craftsbury Green Racing Project, 15th in the overall Super Tour point standings. This is Annika Landis through the finish line wearing bib number 39. And Landis wrapping up her race day for Craftsbury. Great to see former Middlebury star performer Heather Mooney now helping out as the assistant coach for DU, heading over to check in with Selma Anderson in the finish area. Heather Mooney, who was a standout performer at the Stratton Mountain School before heading to Middlebury, where she was one of the stars for the Panthers, racing out of Middlebury and the Reichert Nordic Center on the Breadloaf campus of the Middlebury College. Well, here in the infield of the race venue, it's impressive to see how firm the snow continues to be as we creep up on 10 o'clock, an hour away from the men's start. Things are still pretty firm. What a great job Craftsbury did laying out beautiful course for the athletes today. Here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Bill Henchy was such a familiar face at so many racing venues, including the Trapp Family Lodge, where he was the longtime head of grooming and operations for the Trapp Family Lodge before relocating here to Craftsbury. Great to see this event named after Bill Henchy. Gone but not forgotten, that's for sure. Bill Henchy, real icon in the sport. Great to have this race named after him. We'd also like to send out a great big thanks to Toyota, sponsoring the Toyota US Cross Country Championships taking place here at Craftsbury over the next 4 days, as we anticipate the arrival of some more of our women skiers into the finish area. Coming up on an hour away from men's start. Taking a look at the unofficial race results at this point in the event, it's Margie Freed in the driver's seat with the fastest time of the day at 30.04, 4 seconds behind from the University of Colorado, Hannah Abramson. In third, Alexandra Lawson with a time of 30.38, 30 seconds behind Abramson. Maria Brettel in fourth. Elena Sonesson with a fifth place finish, followed by Sydney Palmer Leisure of Utah. Ava Thurston with a solid top 10 finish in seventh place. Her time, 30.58, racing for the Big Green of Dartmouth. She's followed by Kariana Dengerud from University of Utah. Ninth, Sarah Goebel from BSF Pro. Rounding out the top 10, Erin Bianco from Team Berkey. Once again, that's a quick snapshot of your top 10. Those will be updated, sanctified, genuflected, and homologated later on today. Little over an hour away from men's start at 11 o'clock sharp. Course holding up beautifully today despite that incoming solar radiation. Things are heating up as we see our next skier approaching the finish line. That's number 42. On our way to the finish line now is Kelsey Johannes from APU. Year-round training on snow for the Alaska Pacific University skiers. They head up onto the glaciers and enjoy training year-round with their head coach, Eric Flora. Scott Patterson, a product of APU and their program up there. Currently #1 in the overall FIS point standings for the USA, followed closely by Landgrove Wunderkid, mechanical engineering major from the University of Vermont, Ben Ogden. The woman with the best points in the overall standings for the Super Tour with a total of 426 points from APU. #1 in the point standings, Haley Swerble, currently in Europe on the World Cup. Not in attendance today for the Super Tour finals. As we see Mansfield Nordic skier approaching the finish line, this is number 44. On our way to the finish line now is Elsa Sanborn from MNC. Elsa Sanborn through the finish line. Here comes the Gould Academy skier. This is Nyla Scott from Gould Academy, racing out of Bethel, Maine. Final 10 meters for Nyla Scott. And that's a solid finish for Gould Academy. They have one of the tallest ice sculptures in North America, right in downtown Bethel. Beautiful little town located at the bottom of the Sunday River ski area. Here comes your next finisher, number 48, Sophie Tremblay, joining us from Nakartok. The Nakartok skier on her way to the finish line. Right behind her, number 46 from Gould, is Reese Furneaux. And the Gould Academy skier through the finish line wearing bib number 46, Furneaux. Here comes your next finisher, also from Nakartok, that is number 47, Anna Semeniuk. Semeniuk through the finish line for Nakartok. And we're an hour away from men's start. 1 hour till men's start. What a stellar day here at the Craftsbury Outdoor Center for presentation of the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. Here comes our next finisher toward the finish line wearing the distinctive uniform and headband of Gould Academy. This is racer number 43, Hannah Gorman. Hannah Groman on her way to the finish line now wearing bib number 43 for Gould. And the skier from Maine crossing the finish line nicely, number 43, Hannah Groman. While we have a little break in the action, I'd like to send out a great big congratulations to veteran announcer Peter Graves, who's being inducted into the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame this weekend out in Montana. Well-deserved honor for Peter Graves out of East Thetford, Vermont, the native Vermonter, being named to the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Taking a look once again at the top 10. In first place, hometown prodigy, Craftsbury Green Racing Project, Freed. Margie Freed with the winning time of 30.04, 4 seconds behind her. In second, Hannah Abramson. Rounding out the top three, Alexandra Lawson from Craftsbury. In fourth place, Maria Brettel from BSF Pro. SMST2 racer doing a great job, cracking the top five. Elena Soneson from Utah, Sydney Palmer Leisure. In seventh, from the Big Green of Dartmouth, Ava Thurston. Kariana Dengerud in eighth. Sarah Goebel in ninth, and Erin Bianco rounding out the top 10. Racer number 45 across the finish line, Brooke Greenberg. Later today, we'll be seeing her brother, Tabor Greenberg, so stay tuned for that one. Tabor has proven that he's always a threat for the podium, as we see Brooke Greenberg wrapping up her race day for Mansfield Nordic. big high five going out to Ed Despard from Bullet Timing. Throughout the Northeast, he has done such an incredible job in installing crucial infrastructure, making things like the World University Games, the NCAA Championships, and indeed the 2023 Henshin Memorial Super Tour Finals run smooth as silk. Big tip of the hat to the pros at Bullet Timing. We're waiting the confirmation of one last skier on the course. Then it's on to the men's event, 55 minutes from now. For one skier still unaccounted for. As soon as we find the whereabouts of Sarah Gluick from Ford Sayre, we'll be sticking a fork in it, and that'll be it for the women's event here on day number 1 of the 2023 Henshin Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Quick reminder that at the conclusion of racing today at 12:15, we will have a flower ceremony over at the podium located by the Base Lodge here at Craftsbury. Special thanks going out to our wonderful volunteers helping out here at Craftsbury today at the Super Tour Finals. I'd like to give a big high five to Brian Picard, our head of medical services here at the Tour Finals. All right, just receiving confirmation our final racer has been accounted for. It was a DNF, so the women's race now in the record books. If you'd like to check out results, head on over to the barn. You can see the results on the video screen, and results are just being printed out for the women's race. And we'd like to request that the chip number C11 please be returned to the finish line. Once again, chip C11. Please return the chip to the finish line. Thank you. What a great day of racing it was for Margie Freed. Wearing bib number 30, she's your champion in the first event of the 4 days of racing here at the Super Tour Finals. The Craftsbury Green Racing Project racer posting the fastest time at 30.04. Exactly 4 seconds behind was University of Colorado Buffalo skier Hannah Abramson. In third place, Alexandra Lawson, teammate of Margie Freed here at Craftsbury. In fourth, Maria Brettel from BSF Pro. In fifth, the talented Elena Soneson from SMS T2. Sixth place, from University of Utah ski team Sydney Palmer Leisure. Solid seventh place finish for first year student at Dartmouth, Ava Thurston, the EISA Rookie of the Year. In eighth place, Kariana Dengerud from the University of Utah ski team. In ninth, Sarah Goebel from BSF Pro. Erin Bianco from Team Berkey was joined by her teammate, Renee Anderson, in 10th and 11th. From DU, Selma Anderson with a 12th place finish. Michaela Keller-Miller from the Green Racing Project here at Craftsbury in 13th. Marley Molinaro from Alpine Insurance Alberta World Cup Academy and her teammate, Katya Semeniuk, were 14th and 15th. Annie McColgan from UVM in 16th. Hannah Rudd doing a great job for BSF Pro in 17th. Panther out of Middlebury College, Quincy Massey Behrman in 18th. Annika Landis from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project in 19th. And rounding out the top 20, Ezra Smith from the University of Utah. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up on a half hour until men's race start. Hey, if you're getting a little bit hungry, a little peckish, you can head on over to Front Seat Coffee. They are open. They've got empanadas, they've got pastries, they've got egg sandwiches. Head on over and check them out. They're located in a trailer just behind the base lodge. They got double macchiatos, complete with foam. Great day of racing up here. Can you believe the conditions here at Craftsbury? Absolutely a stunner of a day for racing action here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. Men's race coming your way at 11 o'clock sharp. Stay tuned. 25 minutes away from men's start. The music they're listening to was put together by a DJ from Vietnam named Tang Ki. Tang Ki and his family climbed aboard a boat and came across the Pacific. It took them 37 days. They arrived on the West Coast. They were accepted into the United States, and he started a career as an incredible DJ. The type of music you're listening to is called mashup, where you take two songs and you overlay the rhythms. Special thanks to Tom Key for providing some cool tunes as we get ready to go with the men's start 25 minutes away here at Craftsbury. What a corker of a day we have for the racing today. A reminder that a flower ceremony will conclude our day's activities. At the conclusion of the men's race, we'll recognize our top female, our top juniors, our top male, and top competitors of the day. Some nice cash prizes in addition to some products from our sponsors. Special thanks. Once again, going out to our entire volunteer crew, doing a great job, keeping things just up to snuff for our racers. Snow starting to soften just a little bit here on the infield of the race venue. So the wax chef's doing a great job, adjusting accordingly. What a great crew of coaches we have here today, and we'd like to recognize all the coaches here today, including Alpine World Cup Academy out of Alberta, Tormod Vatten from Canmore, Alberta, 3 coaches joining us from Alaska, Forrest Malin, Jack Novak, Eric Flora, all from APU. A big welcome home to the Green Mountain State goes out to Andy Newell, who's the head coach for BSF Pro out of Bozeman, Montana. Special thanks to all the coaches here at Craftsbury, including Michael Gibson, Pepo Milosheva, Jake Barton, Audrey Mangan, Anna Schultz, Richard Costanza, and Nicholas Brown. Just part of the coaching staff here at Craftsbury. We have 3 coaches here from the Dartmouth Big Green, including Callie Young, Kemi Thompson-Graves, and Brayton Osgood, helping out the Big Green. Nice finish, 7th place finish for Ava Thurston of the Big Green, backing up her 5th place finish at the NCAA Championships. Well done to the former star of Harwood Union. A huge contingent of coaches from EMXC, including Robert Burnham, Josh Burgle, Mark Dowdy, Kate Brahms, and Benjamin Sirica. And we've received word that equipment control is now open for the men. Please allow plenty of time, at least 10 minutes before you start, to go through equipment control. Make sure everything's up to snuff. Head on over to equipment control 10 minutes before you start. Once again, EC is open at this time. Head to equipment control to make sure you're good to go prior to racing. Ford Sayre sending 3 of their coaches, 2 from Vermont, 1 across the river in New Hampshire. Tyler Lee from Lebanon, New Hampshire, joined by Will Solo from Heinsberg, Vermont, and South Stratford, Vermont coach Hillary McNamee. 4 skiers joining us from the coaching crew at GMVS. A big welcome to Katrina Derrick, formerly Katrina Howe, Elliot Ketchell, Jesse Donovan, and Colin Rogers, head coach for the Gumbies at GMVS. Benjamin Kemaluich from Bethel, Maine, joining us from Gould Academy. Big welcome to Adam Turco and Rosemary Shea Cobb, joining us from Jericho and Westford, Vermont, out of Mansfield Nordic. The EISA Coach of the Year, 2-time Olympian Andrew Johnson from Middlebury College Ski Team joins us here today, coaching his Panthers here at Craftsbury. From Ontario, the Nakartok crew. From Ottawa and Thunder Bay are Catherine Denis and Leslie Bode. Thanks for coming south of the border for today's championships. From Northern Michigan University, from Marquette, Andy Keller and Ruth Oppenlinger. Kurt Jepson joins us from Scarborough, Maine, where he's the coach at Portland Nordic Skiing. Mackenzie Rizzio joins us from Wilmington, Vermont, the former standout at the Stratton Mountain School, now coaching at Prospect Mountain Ski Club. And we'll see her younger brother, Luke Rizzio, who was on top of the podium at the Vermont State High School Championships with his stunning performance. He actually was on top of the podium last year as well when he was racing for Twin Valley, made the big move over to Mount Anthony this year, which meant that Mount Anthony had a real ace in the hole when it came to the state championships, which they won in Division I. Congratulations to Luke, coached by his sister Mackenzie. Peter Holmes joins us from Ketchum, Idaho, where he makes his home in the shadow of Sun Valley. He coaches for the Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation. We'd like to welcome the coaches Josh Smulin and David Norris from Steamboat Springs. Great to have David Norris joining us yet again for some more racing action. David, a podium performer at senior national championships in past years, now giving back to the sport in the form of a coach. Great to have David here in Craftsbury with us. Another fast racer turned coach, Patrick O'Brien, with a former standout for the University of Vermont, now coaching the SMS T2 team along with Perry Thomas, Alexander Jospe, Matt Bubar, and George Forbes out of Wardsboro, Vermont. Joining us from the land of 10,000 lakes for our team Berkey is Minneapolis native Leo Hipp. And coaching for DU as the assistant coach, former standout for the Panthers at Middlebury College, Heather Mooney. We'd also like to welcome the University of Utah NCAA champion coaches. Doing a great job with the team for the Utes, Friedrich Landstedt from Salt Lake and his assistant coach, Miles Havlick. Congratulations on their NCAA championship win. And us from the Catamounts, fourth place in the NCAAs just about 10 days ago, Patrick Weaver, multiple Olympic appearances, Patrick, and his assistant, Brandon Herhusky from South Burlington, Vermont, the former assistant coach at Harvard. It's a quick snapshot of all your coaches that are here with us today. I'd also like to welcome Brian Fish, joining us from the United States Ski Team. Great to have Brian here for the finals as well. Once again, sending out a big congratulations to the recent inductees into the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. That ceremony taking place this Friday and Saturday. And among the inductees for the class of 2023, veteran announcer, broadcaster on multiple Olympics, Peter Graves, making the trip out to Montana to receive his award and be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Also great to see local Stowe resident Jen Reynolds making the cover of 7 Days newspaper this past week under the title of Woman Wonder. And if you haven't picked up a copy of that, you need to, because it's a page turner. Quite the story of Jan Reynolds and her exploits in the world of adventure skiing, adventure biathlon, and living with native peoples and documenting their challenges with climate change. She's being inducted, along with Peter, on Friday. So congratulations to Jan Reynolds and Peter Graves, two Vermonters being inducted into the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Just a little over 15 minutes away from men's start. Equipment control is open. Please give yourselves plenty of time to go through equipment control, as it does take a little bit of time, and don't forget you got to pick up your chips as well. So they're recommending show up 10 minutes before your start. 15 minutes away from men's start. 15 minutes until men's start. Please allow plenty of time to get through equipment control. They recommend at least 10 minutes before you start to show up at equipment control, and don't forget you also have to have your chip supplied, so give yourselves plenty of time. We did have some close calls at the start for the women's starters, so make sure to give yourselves plenty of time. I'd like to send out a great big welcome to former Rossignol head of Nordic competition skiing, Jim Fredericks, joining us on site for a little racing action here as we get ready to go with the men's start at 11 o'clock sharp. Well, if you're ever wondering what it would sound like if Robert Plant and Jim Morrison had a kid, that's what we got playing for you on the PA right now. A little bit of Led Zeppelin layered over with the Doors. John Still Hagenbuch looking ready to go. He's got his Worst Chief scarf on. He is ready to go for the big green. Hagenbuch had a sensational NCAA championships. He'll be wearing bib number 102. He was selected as the EISA Men's Nordic Rookie Skier of the Year after finishing the season as the third-ranked male in the East with 4 podiums and 2 wins to his credit. John Still Hagenbuch, certainly one to keep an eye on here at Craftsbury. He competed at the FIS World Championships, placed second in the 10K freestyle at the 2023 U.S. Cross Country Ski National Championships, picked up 3 podiums in Super Tour races back in December, and he was the silver medalist, placing second in both the 10K freestyle and the 20K distance race at the NCAAs in Lake Placid less than 2 weeks ago. We just saw him warming up, and if the look on his face is any indication, you're going to see him with a really fast time today as we get underway with the men's race at 11 o'clock. Trey Jones, 2 second-place finishes at the 2022 U.S. Cross Country Ski National Championships in Minnesota in January of 2022. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club Nordic skier Trey Jones earned a spot to train in the National Training Group as a result in Park City. Trey and his brother Owen Jones raced for the Barker Mountain mountain bike team out of Bethel, Maine. They both competed in many cyclocross races across New England before making the move to Steamboat. Wearing bib number 103, Sam Hendry from the University of Utah, senior at Utah, from Canmore, Alberta, the site of World Cup competition. He won the 50K Classic at the 2019 Canadian National Championships, and was a member of the 2019 Canadian Junior National Team. Competed at the 2019 FIS Junior World Championships and helped boost Utah to the top of the podium with his 4th place finish in the NCAA 20K event just 10 days ago in Lake Placid. The guy who's currently leading the point standings with number 1, he has 241 points, a slim 2 points ahead of Sun Valley's Peter Walter. We're talking about Zandon McMullen out of Anchorage, Alaska. Races for Montana State University. He was named to the USSD team last year, and he is currently ahead in the standings for Super Tour, but only by the slimmest of margins with 2 points separating him and second-place skier Peter Walter. Tabor Greenberg became the first American ever to win a race at the Nordic Nations Cup, highlighting a day with 6 top 10 finishes for the U.S. skiers this past season in Finland. The start of a whole new generation of American skiers on the world stage. Greenberg, the Green Mountain Valley School attendee and a U16 national champion last season, pulled into the final kilometer of the 3x5 team relay, locked stride for stride with the familiar red suit of his Norwegian counterpart. The stadium was ahead, and for the first time, clad in a U.S. ski team suit, Greenberg would get a chance to sprint for an international win. The duo entered the stadium in Jyväskylä, Finland, the self-proclaimed capital of Finnish sports, and the host for this year's Nordic Nations Cup. The stadium was set up in true World Cup style, one giant 180-degree turn into a final sprint. The pairing entered the turn together, but by the time they exited, only one skier was still on his skis. The Norwegian had stumbled, leaving Greenberg to brace for the impact of the finish line, where he entered the arms of his teammate, Finn Bailey from SMS and Team USA. The youngest edition had ended their weekend of international racing with a win. He'll be wearing bib number 105. Be sure to keep an eye on Tabor Greenberg as he gets ready to toe the line wearing bib 105. Race number 106 for the men. Getting ready to leave that start. None other than Finn Sweet, the silver medalist from the World University Games. He teamed up with a skier from Bowdoin for the mixed relay silver medal. Congrats to him. Finn Sweet will be wearing bib number 106. Brian Bushy had 5 top 10 finishes for the Utes this past season. The native of Montpelier, Vermont, is a sophomore at the University of Utah. He'll be wearing bib number 107. Andreas Kirking joins us from the University of Denver from Lier, Norway. He's a sophomore studying finance for DU, named an All-American in 2022. Peter Walter, currently in second place overall in the Super Tour point standings, will be joined by David Norris, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Norris has been atop that podium for senior national championships in past years. It's great to see him coming south from Alaska to work at Steamboat, giving back to the sport in the form of a racing coach. Great to see David Norris still chasing the dream. Norris is going to be wearing bib number 110. Graham Houtsma joins us from the BSF Pro Team. Logan Moore from Middlebury, coached by Andrew Johnson from Durango, Colorado, the sophomore studying psychology and biochemistry. EISA, second team All-East. Considers Ben Ogden to be his all-time favorite skier. The captain of the Middlebury College ski team. Great to have him joining us for racing action here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. 7 minutes till start, 7 minutes till start. And a reminder, equipment control takes a little time, so please plan ahead. Get there in plenty of time to get through equipment control. And remember, as you go through equipment control, no loaded weapons, and if you're carrying liquids, it has to be in a 3-ounce container or smaller. Oh, the fur is going to fly in just about 4 minutes. We are coming down to the final few minutes before race start here at Craftsbury. Trey Jones, John Still Hagenbuch, Samuel Hendry, Zandon McMullen currently leading the point standings for the Super Tour by the slimmest of margins. Only 2 points separate him and Peter Walter in first and second place. Tabor Greenberg, always a threat for the podium. As we 104, Zandon McMullen making his way to the start. Racer number 109, Peter Walter, going to try to chase down that 2-point margin. Walter joining us from Sun Valley. Makes his home in Ketchum, Idaho. David Norris, always fun to watch David skiing out of Steamboat, making the move down from Alaska. Sam Hendry getting warmed up. 4th place at the NCAA 20-kilometer event. This year, the men and women skiing the same distances for all events in Super Tour competition. Great to see biathlete World Championship medalist Susan Dunkley joining us here at Craftsbury for a presentation of the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships. Tabor Greenberg checking in, getting his chip assigned for bib number 105. Keep an eye on that guy, the future of American skiing, resting firmly on his shoulders. Many decades ago, I had the pleasure of having his dad, Reed Greenberg, in my math class at Green Mountain Valley School. And he reminded me just a couple of years ago that back then in the 80s, I informed the math class that they should probably check out this brand new series of cartoons that were being aired on one of the networks, something called The Simpsons. Reed reminded me of that fact a little while ago. I cracked up. His wife, the principal at Harwood Union High School, where Ava Thurston and her sister Julia did such a great job representing the Highlanders of Harwood during their Nordic and cross-country running careers. Ava with the 7th place finish today for the Big Green of Dartmouth. Multiple generations of the Hagenbuch family have attended Dartmouth, and he'd love to represent big style today. He'll be wearing bib number 102 from the Dartmouth ski team. Wearing bib number 1, Trey Jones, Hagenbuch with bib number 102. Sam Hendry from Utah, wearing bib number 103. Zandon McMullen, leading the Super Tour point standings from APU Nordic Ski Center. Tabor Greenberg, 105. Finn Sweet, silver medalist at the World University Games from the University of Vermont, wearing bib number 106. Brian Bushy with 5 top 10 finishes for Utah, wearing bib number 107. Andreas Kirking joining us from DU. 3rd place team finishers at the NCAAs. Joins us from Lier, Norway, the sophomore, studying finance, will be wearing bib number 108. Peter Walter, 2 points out of 1st place in the overall tour standings from Sun Valley, Idaho, wearing bib number 109, and David Norris wearing bib number 110. Racer number 101 in the start, counting down the final 15 seconds. Good luck to racer number 101. That is Trey Jones. Trey Jones, your first racer on 101. Trey Jones, 101, now on course. He and his brother Owen, experienced cyclocross racers out of Bethel, Maine, making the move out west, where they train with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. All eyes on the start right now as racer number 102 John Still Hagenbuch, 2 silver medals at the NCAA championships just a little over 10 days ago. He is on course representing the Big Green. Sporting the green headband today as we get ready to go with race number 103 in the start. Samuel Hendry, super fast competitor for the Utes. Definitely a factor in their big win overall for the team category at the NCAAs, and here is in the start. Just 10 days out of Lake Placid and the NCAA championships. On course, there goes Sam Hendry. He won the 50-kilometer classic at the 2019 Canadian National Championships and was a member of the 2019 Canadian Junior National Team. All eyes on the start now for APU Star. Doing a great job at the overall tour. He is #1 in the point standings with a total of 241 points. This is Zandon McMullen, named to the USD team last year. Good luck to him now. The #1 point stander for the Super Tour on course. Said that despite being 5 foot, his goal is to dunk a basketball. In the start right now, Tabor Greenberg. What an amazing season he had. Part of the gold medal relay team in Finland at the Nordic Championships in the self-described ski capital of Finland. He's in the start right now, getting ready to go, representing the Gumbies of Green Mountain Valley School, coached by Colin Rogers. Greenberg with a really out of the start as we get ready to go with Finn Sweet. Finn Sweet grew up racing here at Craftsbury, so he knows this course very well, and he was a silver medalist at the World University Games in mixed relay. Racing for the Catamounts of the University of Vermont. Finn Sweet, ready in the start. And Finn Sweet now on course for the Catamounts, wearing bib number 106. A part of that NCAA winning team from Utah. He had 5 top 10 finishes for the Utes this past year. The sophomore from Montpelier, Vermont, Brian Bushy, in the start platform. Grew up racing frequently here in Craftsbury, so he knows this course. From the capital city of Montpelier, the only state capital in the United States that doesn't have a McDonald's restaurant. On course, Brian Bush is going to be followed by Andreas Kirking, a sophomore at the University of Denver studying finance. Kirking in the start platform. From Lier, Norway. The DU Star, part of the team that earned 3rd place honors at the NCAA championships, now on course. Kirking, your next starter, currently in 2nd place overall in the Super Tour point standings from Sun Valley, Idaho. This is Peter Walter. Good luck to Walter right now as he keeps those skis moving in the start platform. Getting ready to rip for Sun Valley. Peter Walter would love to close that margin of only 2 points between himself and tour leader Zandon McMullen. Great to see David Norris in the start platform, wearing bib number 110 from Steamboat Winter Sports Club, making the move down there to do some coaching. Boy, aren't they fortunate to have David Norris given back to the sport as a coach for Steamboat. In case you're wondering why they named it Steamboat, when the original settlers got to Steamboat, they went over to the hot springs and they heard from the bubbles coming out of the hot springs, and they said, wow, that sounds just like a steamboat. Thus the name. Race number 111 slides into the start platform from the BSF Pro Team, coached by Andy Newell. This is Graham Houtsma. Houtsma, keeping those skis moving out of the Bridger Ski Foundation. BSF Pro, getting ready to rock. Make Andy Newell proud. Andy and his wife, Erica, making the move west to Montana to coach as 3 aces leave the start. Graham Houtsma, wearing bib number 111. Our next skier joins us as a Panther from the Middlebury College, majoring in biochemistry and psychology, the sophomore, Logan Moore, EISA second team All-East from Durango, Colorado. Moore in the start platform. There he goes, double pulling out of there with abandon. Good luck to him. Reed Goebel joins us from the BSF Pro Tour. Looks like he's going to be a no-show. We have a missing skier there, so Reed Goebel not able to strap him on today. So we turn the page and go to Braden Becker. Braden Becker from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project will be your next starter. Braden Becker in the start. Craftsbury Green Project. He's got the hometown advantage. He knows these courses like the back of his hand, and he is ready to rock for Craftsbury. On course, Braden Becker. Braden Becker is going to be followed by Finn O'Connell, BSF Pro, former star for the University of Vermont Catamounts in the start platform, keeping those skis moving nicely. Finn O'Connell right in the mix for overall tour points for Super Tour. Cool, calm, collected in the start. Just a reminder for any of the later seated racers, please give yourselves plenty of time to get through equipment control. Takes a little bit of time to get through there and get your chip on. Make sure you head out and get that as Finn O'Connell leaves the start. Noel Keefe joins us from the University of Utah, representing the Utes. Training out of Park City, keeping the skis moving nicely. The Utah skier getting ready to go. And it was just 10 days ago that the Utes claimed the NCAA title. Noel Keefe on course. Another member of that team, Walker Hall. Looks like we got a scratch for Walker Hall. He will be a no-show for the Utes. That leaves APU Nordic Ski Center racer Thomas O'Hara as your next starter. And the APU skier representing Alaska Pacific University, now in the start platform. So far, Jake Adikoff has the best outfit of the day. T-shirts and the shorts. Man's gonna get some dates with that outfit. I like it. APU skier on course. That's racer number 118, Thomas O'Hara. Out of the start for the APU Nordic Ski Team. Stepping into the start platform, he was so thrilled with his 15th place finish at the opening event at the NCAA Championships in the freestyle event. He backed it up with a top 10 finish, 9th place in the distance event. This is Jack Lang in the start, a former star from Stratton Mountain School in his first year at Dartmouth, representing the Big Green. He was a big factor in Dartmouth's finish for the NCAAs, and Jack Lang now on course wearing bib number 119. Michael Earhart from APU will be joined by his teammate in back-to-back starts, racer number 120, Michael Earhart, followed by Derek Richardson, also of APU. The Alaskans sliding into the start platform, going to try to track down their fast skiing teammate, Thomas O'Hara, who just left the start ahead of Lang. And the first of the two APU skiers leaving the start, that's Michael Earnhardt. Earnhardt's going to be followed now by Derek Richardson, wearing bib number 121. And there he goes out of the start for APU, Derek Richardson. Julian Locke joins us from Blackjack Nordic Pulse. He's in the start right now, wearing bib number 122. Looks very focused as he counts down the seconds to his start. 30-second start intervals for the men and the women today. Both the men and the women skiing the same distance. 10K Classic on tap for you. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. And the blackjack skier, now on course, Julian Locke. Logan Diekman joins us from that powerful BSF Pro team, coached by Andy Newell, in the start right now for the Bozeman-based Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Squad. Logan Diekman. And racer number 1, 2, 3, moments away from start. One, two, three, on course, a total of 61 racers, starting for the men today. Sliding into the start platform from Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation, this is Jake Adikoff. Adikoff sporting the very latest in Parisian fashions with short sleeves, short shorts, and he is ready to let him rip. One thing's for sure, he's not going to overheat today. Jake Adikoff on course. Wearing SPF 9000, Adikoff. Your next skier, Philippe Olivier Moreau from CNEPH. Your next starter in the start, joining us from Quebec. Félix Olivier. On course, there goes Moreau, wearing bib number 125. Va-t-on, va-t-on, va-t-on. Allons-y. Our next skier, joining us from Northern Michigan University, is Luke Fricker. Good luck to Luke. He's from Canmore, Canada, majoring in exercise science as a freshman. Considers Alex Harvey to be his all-time favorite skier. And there he goes now, wearing bib number 126 from Northern Michigan University. Devin Wong joins us from Colby College, representing the Mules. True Blue Mule now in the start platform. They got a great program over there, not only for the Nordic team, but newly installed head coach Eric Harlow doing a great job with their Alpine squad. They had qualifiers for both Nordic and Alpine in the NCAA championships. Incredibly small start list for the Alpine, only 34 skiers in the Alpine for men and women. As we get ready for our next skier, following Devin Wong, it'll be Erickson Moore from Thunder Bay. The Ontario skier keeping those skis moving as he moves into the start platform, seconds away from his start, representing our neighbors to the north. The Ontario skier now on course from Thunder Bay. Luke Brown represents the Craftsbury Green Racing Project, getting ready in the start platform, looks very relaxed, ready for his start, representing Craftsbury, very familiar with this course. 5-kilometer laps for each of the athletes as we see John Steele Hagenbuch re-entering the race venue. Hagenbuch from Dartmouth. Johnny being cheered on now from Sun Valley, Idaho. His teammate, racer number 144, cheering him on. For lap number 2 is Aiden Casey from Dartmouth. But Hagenbuch passing Trey Jones on his way back into the race venue, doing a great job representing the Big Green. And speaking of Trey Jones, there he is right there, wearing bib number 101 at precisely the same moment as 130, leaving the start. That's Kai Myers from APU, Alaska Pacific University, up there in Alaska. Pink is Punk, and Henry McGill, proudly wearing the pink from Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, is on course. Here comes racer number 104, heading back out for lap 2. That is your tour leader by 2 points, Zandon McMullen. McMullen doing a great job, being chased by Bill Hendry of University of Utah. Racer number 132 in the start platform right now is Mats Halverson. Centre National d'Entraînement Pierre Harvey is his team out of Quebec. Bon chance, as he is now on course. Race number 133 will be your next starter. This is Elijah Wiening. Wiening competed in the NCAA championships over in Lake Placid. Did a great job representing his home school, the University of Denver. From Jackson Hole, Wyoming, the sophomore, majoring in the same major as Ben Ogden, mechanical engineering. Race number 133, Elijah Wiening on course. With Wiening on course, it leaves the door open for Aiden Jacobus from Green Mountain Valley School. Jacobus now on course, hoping to see his teammate Tabor Greenberg out there on the raceway, and you can see Greenberg now heading back out for lap number 2. Race number 135 in the start platform right now is Benjamin Barbier from Steamboat Springs. Steamboat skier in the start. And he's on course. Steamboat crew coached by John Mullen and David Norris. Norris on course wearing bib number 110. Racer number 136 in the start is Mason Wheeler from Jackson Hole Ski Club. In the shadow of the mighty Teton Mountains, there he goes, wearing bib number 136. They've had a snow-filled year out there in Jackson Hole, as Julian Smith from Thunder Bay works his way into the start platform. The Ontario skier getting ready for a big performance here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Slim 2 points separating your top 2 in the overall point standings, and the guy who's trying to close that gap is right there, 109. Peter Walter, 2 points out of first place in the overall tour standings, now passing through the race venue. Peter Walter joining us, wearing bib number 109 out of Sun Valley. Racer number 138 will be your next starter. That is Jonas Steinberg from DU, the University of Denver Pioneer, now on course. Cooper Lennox joins us from Northern Michigan University. Check 1, 2. A quick battery change and we're back. Racer number 140. Park Chapin from GMVS. Racer number 141 will be your next starter from Tremblant Nordique and Michigan Tech. This is Parker Court Rathwell. Court Rathwell from Tremblant Nordique. And the skier representing Michigan Tech on course. Henry Johnstone joins us from the Eafs of Williams College, wearing bib number 142. The distinctive cow pattern, purple and white, of Williams in the start. Racer number 114, meanwhile, heading out for lap number 2 is Braden Becker from Craftsbury Green Racing Project. And the Williams College skier now on course, racer number 142. They train at Prospect Mountain, just over the border in Vermont from Williamstown, Mass. Devin Pegram joins us from Nakartok and the ENRG team. The Nakartok skier leaving the start. Bib number 143, Devin Pegram. Aiden Casey joins us from the Dartmouth College ski team, green. The big green skier getting ready to go, Aiden Casey. Cheering on his teammates, Jack Lang and John Steele Hagenbuch, who we saw earlier today. And the Dartmouth skier, Aiden Casey, on course. Joining us from Dublin Cross Country, located in the southern part of the Granite State. Beautiful on-campus cross-country center. The site of the Dublin and Dublin event, a popular NENSA stop. Gabriel Lloyd in the start for Dublin Cross Country. 116 heading out for lap number 2 is Noel Keff from University of Utah as the Dublin skier leaves the start. Our next skier joins us from Gould Academy, located in Bethel, Maine, is James Crowley. Crowley wearing bib number 146. And in just a few minutes, we should see your early seeded top finishers working their way up that final hill and into the race venue. Stay tuned. The blue and pink of Gould Academy now on course. There's racer number 146, putting the hammer down for Gould. They do a formal suit, coat, tie breakfast on Sundays at Gould Academy, complete with lobster bisque. Delicious. Racer number 147 in the start. This is Max Mahaffey from Thunder Bay. There goes the thunder. There goes the bay. St. Lawrence University's Trevor Aitken sliding into the start platform for the Saints. SLU did a great job hosting the NCAA championships in Lake Placid, where the Nordic team trains at Mount Van Hovenberg, their Alpine team training at Whiteface Mountain, site of the 1980 Winter Olympic Games. There's Jack Lang heading out for lap number 2 for the big green of Dartmouth. He and Ava Thurston shared the honor of being named the top juniors in the East just a couple years ago at a festive Nordic racing event. For roller ski, they were awarded the top honors as top juniors in the East. His mom, Heidi, doing a great job as the new executive director of NENSA. Racer number 149 will be your next starter. This is Yanni Koch, making the move from Stratton Mountain School to Williams College. And the former standout for SMS, now on course. Racer number 150 in the start. Representing Gould Academy, Eli Schifrin. Eli being cheered on by the coaches from Gould as he gets ready to leave the start. Wonderful on-campus Nordic facility at Gould. Goes through those massive pine trees that Maine is also well known for. As the Gould Academy skier, now on course. He's going to be joined by Mansfield Nordic standout Nico Cuneo. Nico in the start platform representing MNC. Adam Turco does a great job with that program, including heading out to Smuggler's Notch and setting up tiki torches at night so that the kids can ski on the closed road as soon as there's enough snow to Nordic ski. And once the state closes the road down, makes it fair game for Adam Turco to use it as a training facility for early season training under the light of multiple dozens of tiki torches. On my daily commute back and forth to the Stowe Mountain Resort, nothing was more exciting than seeing something that looked like it was right out of a Viking dream. All these Nordic skiers skiing under tiki torch light. Quite innovative. Coming down to our final few racers, the total of 61 racers in today's event as racer number 152 leaves the start. He is the standout from U32 State Championships. Zevi Schwartz makes his home now at Williams. But when he was racing for U32, he was one of their top guns out of Montpellier. Their coach doing a fabulous job with that team, really turning things around, and recently featured on the cover of 7 Days newspaper. Racer number 153 now on course is Lucas Barstow from Gould Academy. And like I said, we should be seeing your top-seeded racers working their way up that hill moments from now. From Green Mountain Valley School, this is Joseph Graziadel. Graziadei in the start right now, keeping the skis moving right now, and Graziadei on course, wearing bib number 154. Graziadei, coached by a whole roster of 4 coaches at GMVS, including Katrina Derrick and Colin Rogers. Jules Saint-Jean from the Orford Ski Club, now in the start, out of Orford, Quebec. Notre ami, nos voisins de la Nord, et ici, on va. There he goes, wearing bib number 155. A very fast start there for Jules Saint-Jean. Luke Ebisawa joins us from the Stratton Mountain School, the SMS skier, keeping those skis moving. Just got them brushed out by Alex Jospe right here in the start area. As we can see, the fashion-forward Sun Valley racer working his way back out for lap number 2. That's racer number 124, Jake Adakoff on course as the Stratton Mountain skier leaves the start. Luke Ebisawa, we're down to our final 5 starters for the men. And coming up the hill now, doing a fabulous job for the Big Green of Dartmouth, racer number 102. Look at this finish, just double pulling. You can see the piston working nicely for racer number 102. That's John Steele Hagenbuck through the finish line. Stopping the clocks for the Big Green at 128.30. We're gonna keep an eye on that clock and see what the time is when the next skier comes across the line. But we saw that he had built up a substantial lead on that first lap. Let's see if it stands. John Steele Hagenbuck, back-to-back silver medals at the recently completed NCAA championships. Racer number 158 will be your next starter, joining us from Gould Academy. Strong skier there, Ellis Slover from Gould. Jake Brown getting ready in the start platform now. Downtown Brown ready to go for the Craftsbury Green Racing Project and USBA. Talented Nordic skier and biathlete in the start. Such a great addition to the Craftsbury facility, their new 15-lane range right here on campus. And there goes Jake Brown. Down to our final 2 skiers for the start. This is Chris Burnham joining us from Northwest Vermont in the start platform as our second finisher. Now approaching the finish line, racer number 104. That is your tour points leader for the Super Tour, Zandon McMullen, representing the U.S. Ski Team Development Team through the finish line. And by 2 points, he is in the lead of the Super Tour standings. Racer number 161, your final starter of the day, joining us from Mad River BKL. This is Patrick Kemble. Works with Trine Beckwith down at the Mad River BKL, the wife of Justin Beckwith, the competition director for NENSA. And your final starter of the day, now on course, wearing bib number 161 from Mad River BKL, Patrick Kemble, on course. A big finish right here for racer number 101, Trey Jones. Through the finish line. Made the big move out west to train and compete with the Steamboat Springs crew. He and his brother Owen, talented cyclocross racers. Owen also a very competitive Nordic. Trey Jones with an impressive finish right there. Here comes racer number 108 toward the finish line is Andreas Kirking. Majoring in finance at DU. Here he comes now across the finish line. Solid finish there for DU and the Pioneers. Here comes Finn Sweet, silver medalist at the World University Games. Through the finish line goes racer number 106, Finn Sweet for the Catamounts of the University of Vermont, coached by Patrick Weaver and Brandon Herhusky, recently transplanted from Harvard. And here comes Tabor Greenberg, racer number 105, racing for the Green Mountain Valley School. Greenberg, capping a great season. What an amazing year that youngster has had. The U16 Junior National Champion last year. Doing a great job. Being congratulated in the finish line by John Still Hagenbuch. The big question is, where will the senior land next year when he starts his collegiate racing career? John Still Hagenbuch would love to see Tabor heading over to the big green of Dartmouth. Time will tell. Our next pair of racers are going to leave it right out there on the race hill. They're going to challenge one another right through the finish line. Here comes racer number 107 and 110, David Norris, showing that incredible experience that he has on the raceway, saving a little gas in the tank for the finish line. Norris through the finish line just ahead of Brian Bushy. He had 5 top 10 finishes for the Utes, the University of Utah skier, across the finish line, just behind David Norris. And here comes number 2 in the overall point standings for the Super Tour, Peter Walter, on his way to the finish line for Sun Valley. Boom! He's only 2 points out of first place in the overall Super Tour point standings, and Walter doing a great job for Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation into the finish area. Solid finish there for Walter. Time right now. Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty here, but let's go to the times right now. In first place, with a time of 27.27, John Still Hagenbuch. He's followed by Andreas Kirking. In third, David Norris. In fourth, Zandon McMullen. In fifth, Peter Walter. In sixth, Sam Hendry. In seventh, Finn Sweet. In eighth, Brian Bushy. In ninth, Tabor Greenberg. And rounding out the top 10, Trey Jones from Steamboat. Quick snapshot of the top 10. As we go back to the racing action, who will be coming next? It's going to be 11. With 3 aces on his bib, there goes Graham Houtsma from BSF Pro through the finish line. Racer number 111 into the finish area. Racer number 112 crossing the finish line. Logan Moore from Middlebury College. Had a great showing at the NCAA Championships. Logan Moore. Taking a quick snapshot once again at the overall standings at the finish line.
In the lead from the big green from Dartmouth, John Steele Hagenbuch. Coming off back-to-back silvers at the NCAA Championships. Fabulous result for the Dartmouth skier out of Sun Valley. His winning margin, 9 seconds over Andreas Kirking from the University of Denver. David Norris in third. As racer number 115 crosses the line, that's Finn O'Connell from BSF Pro. Good enough for a top 10 result right there. He just moved into 9th place. So he and his teammate, Graham Houtsma from BSF Pro, are now in 9th and 10th. Finn O'Connell, approximately 20 seconds out of first. Fast, blisteringly fast time by John Steele Hagenbuch. Multiple generations of the Hagenbuch family attend Dartmouth over the years. Followed by Andreas Kirking, David Norris. The Super Tour points leader, Zandon McMullen, in 4th. Braden Becker from Craftsbury in 5th. Peter Walter, 2 points out of 1st in the overall tour standings for the Super Tour. Your 6th place finisher at this point in the race from Sun Valley. Sam Hendry from University of Utah in 7th. The silver medalist from the World University Games, Finn Sweet, in 8th. Finn O'Connell in 9th. Graham Houtsma, his teammate, from BSF Pro in 10th. Logan Moore from Middlebury in 11th. Brian Bushy from University of Utah from Montpelier in 12th. Tabor Greenberg in 13th. Trey Jones rounding out the top 14 as Noel Keefe crosses the finish line. Noel Keefe from the University of Utah. Keefe moving into 14th place, bumping Trey Jones of Steamboat into 15th. We've got a lot of fast racers still out there. One of the racers you're going to want to keep an eye on is John Steele Hagenbuch's teammate, Jack Lang. The big question is, will he crack the top 10 as he did at the NCAAs? Racer number 118 on his way to the finish line, Thomas O'Hara from APU Nordic. The Alaskan coming across the finish line. And Noel Keefe moves into 15th place for the University of Utah. And here comes Jack Lang. Just moments ago, we were talking about, would he crack the top 10? Let's see what racer number 119 can do. Right there across the finish line for Jack Lang. Good enough for 12th place for the freshman at Dartmouth. Solid finish for Jack Lang, former standout for Stratton Mountain School, doing a great job representing the Big Green in his very first year at the Hanover facility. Racer number 120 on his way to the finish line is Michael Earnhardt from APU Nordic. And through the finish line for the Alaskan, Earnhardt moves into 13th place, just behind Jack Lang. What a day of unbelievable competition here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. Cool, thanks.
I'd like to send out a great big thanks to our technical wizard, Ed Despard. Figured out that we're having a little bit of traffic on this same frequency, thus the breakups in the microphone, but he figured it out, linked it up with the satellite, soldered the motherboard. Whatever he did, it worked. As we anticipate the arrival of more skiers moments from now, unbelievable day out here. Make sure to put on your SPF 9000 before you step outside today. It's a scorcher. Haven't seen weather like this in quite some time, but boy, is it just a great day of racing here at Craftsbury. Racer number 121, approaching the finish line right now. This is Derek Richardson from APU Nordic. Right behind, though, here comes racer number 123, Logan Diekman from BSF Pro. And interestingly, he got out of the tracks and into the soft stuff for the finish line. Whatever works. Racer number 123, coached by Andy Newell, who grew up in Shaftesbury, Vermont, attended the Stratton Mountain School. One of the coolest videos I think I've ever seen is Andy Newell being towed by a pickup truck around the Stratton Mountain snowmaking pond at about 50 miles an hour. He's on a pair of water skis, just ripping around the snowmaking pond, being pulled by a truck at high speed. One of my favorite all-time posters, Andy Newell hucking backflips on Nordic skis. An unbelievable athlete. My son had the pleasure of being his roommate on the World Cup as they traveled around Europe together. Racer number 125 on his way to the finish line. He's got his eye on the prize. This is Félix Olivier Moreau from Quebec across the finish line for CNEPH. Big lunge at the finish line there. Every second counts. Good job to Félix Olivier. One of our Mansfield Nordic skiers working his way up that final hill. On his way out to lap number 2 is racer number 151, Nico Cuneo from Mansfield Nordic. A lot of alums of Mansfield Nordic represented in today's race, including Hattie Barker, who we saw in the women's race a little earlier, racing for UNH and the Wildcats. Hattie Barker, as well as Ava Thurston, all graduates of Mansfield Nordic's program. Just a quick reminder, in just about a half an hour, we will be presenting a flower ceremony recognizing our top competitors as our blackjack skier approaches the finish line. Julian Locke joins us from Nordic Pulse and the blackjack team. Through the finish line for race number 122, Julian Locke. Crystal clear blue skies over Craftsbury here in the heart of the Northeast Kingdom. What a great day for coming out to spectate, cheering on your favorite racers here at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Here comes race number 126, Luke Fricker from Northern Michigan University. Through the finish line for Fricker and right behind. Good effort there from Green Racing Project racer number 129 representing Craftsbury, Luke Brown across the finish line. Great finish there for Brown. Well, the numbers are in, and by a margin of about 20%, Craftsbury recently hosting the largest BKL Youth Festival ever held. With over 700 athletes, that's 20% more than they've ever seen, and so many factors led into that. The end of the pandemic, knock wood, Jesse Diggins' impact on inspiring younger athletes. Chalk it up to any one of a number of reasons, but one thing's for sure, Craftsbury did just an amazing job hosting a huge event right here in the heart of the Northeast Kingdom as racer number 128 crosses the finish line. This is Erickson Moore from Thunder Bay. And the Ontario skier into the finish area. Being cheered on to the finish line, here comes Jake Adikoff, smartly wearing the shorts and the t-shirt. Jake Adikoff from Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation with his eye on the prize, that finish line, and Adikoff through the line wearing bib number 124. A total of 61 racers for the men's division. We're about halfway through the roster of skiers who've crossed the line. As we see racer number 132, this is Mats Halverson from Centre National d'Entraînement Pierre Harvey on his way across the finish line. And the Quebec skier wraps up his race day with a solid finish for Centre National d'Entraînement Pierre Harvey. Race number 130 will be your next finisher. This is Kai Myers from APU, the Alaska Pacific University skier now. Double pulling his way through the final few meters and into the finish area. One of the skiers from APU who's had just a stellar career, Tyler Cornfield, deciding to focus on Loppet racing. You'll see him in the overall tour standings for Super Tour action, but he's decided to focus on the long distance skiing. He was on his way to his second Olympic Games before tearing ligaments in his thumb and ended up sidelined. Tough break there for Tyler Cornfield. Proudly represented the USA at one Olympic Games and had plans to represent twice, but unfortunately that injury sidelined him and he was unable to compete in his second Olympic Games. Racer number 133 on his way to the finish line is Elijah Wienig from the University of Denver, and the DU skier crosses the finish line for the Pioneers, wearing bib number 133. Here comes your next skier, getting ready to cross that finish line for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, Henry McGill, wearing the distinctive pink uniform today. Through the finish line goes the Steamboat skier. Right behind him, here comes GMVS skier, racer number 134, Aiden Jacobus through the finish line for the Gumbies of GMVS, coached by Colin Rogers. Approaching the finish line now, racer number 135. This is Benjamin Barbier from Steamboat Springs, the Winter Sports Clubber, meeting up with his teammate in the finish area. That's Henry McGill high-fiving his teammate in the finish area. Meanwhile, racer number 137 crossing the line is Julian Smith from Thunder Bay. Racer number 127 will follow from Colby. That is Devin Wong, racing for the Mules of Colby. Little music coming over the PA from the godfather of soul, one of the hardest working men in funk, to say the least. Had the pleasure of stage managing James Brown when they came to the University of Vermont, and I've never seen any performer work his band harder. 5 minutes before the door opened, he was getting it tight, and boy, did they put on a great show. James Brown and the Fabulous Flames. Gone but not forgotten. What a crackerjack of a day we have here in the Northeast Kingdom for racing at the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. The championships will take a little bit of a break tomorrow, let that rain pass through. They're expecting temps in the 50s, but have no fear. Craftsbury does such a great job snow farming. We'll have great racing return on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 more days of competition right here at Craftsbury's Outdoor Center. Huge high five to Judy Gear, Dick Dreisagacker, and the entire crew here at Craftsbury. Doing a great job hosting so many great events this season. As we see Jonas Steinberg joining us from DU across the finish line for the Pioneers. And the University of Denver skier into the finish line. That's Jonas Steinberg. Wrapping up his race from the Mile High city of Denver. Racer number 136 approaching the finish line, joining us from Jackson Hole Ski Club. This is Mason Wheeler. That is such an amazing place out there. I had the pleasure of working with Pepe Stiegler out there, putting on some races for some college students, and every day We'd meet, we'd go up, we'd set the courses and race each other. Sometimes he'd beat me, sometimes I'd beat him. But at the end of the day, we'd always toast one another. And one day, he came in and his face was all torn up. And I was like, Pepe, what happened? And he wouldn't tell me. And finally, he confessed that his technique going to the resort every day was he'd cross-country ski with his hands in his pockets. Well, on this one day when it was pretty firm out there, he got going too fast and he went over the high side, but he couldn't get his hands out of his pockets, and the only thing that stopped him was his face. Pepe Stiegler, what a great skier, Olympic medalist, and the former director of skiing. And of course, his daughter, Rezi Stiegler, with an incredible career representing the U.S. ski team. Your next skier approaching the finish line, putting the hammer down. Good finish here. Saved a little octane in the tank for his final few meters. Here he comes now, race number 139. Cooper Lennox joining us from Northern Michigan University. Left just enough gas in the tank to get across that finish line in fine style. Race number 139, and you can hear the snow heating up right now in the tracks. As that sun beats down on the course, we're seeing the moisture start to come to the surface, creating some problems for some of your finishers, but a good finish there from your last skier. Cooper Lennox from Northern Michigan University. Heading out for his final lap, that is Patrick Kimball from Mad River BKL. Thank you. Appreciate it. The Mad River BKL program has been growing by leaps and bounds. Earlier this fall, I had the pleasure of hiking up Mad River and I ran into Tyne Springer, but hey, let's check the finish line now. This is race number 143 and 144, battling it out to the finish line. That is Devin Pegram from Nakartok and Aiden Casey from Dartmouth through the finish line. And Casey holding on for the win, for the big green. Bravo. Such a long, storied history of skiing from Dartmouth. Congrats to Peter Dodge, by the way, wrapping up his 30-plus year career as the head coach for the Alpine squad at Dartmouth, now being managed by JP Dagnon. 142 through the finish line is Henry Johnstone from Williams. The Williams skier through the finish line. They train over at Prospect Mountain just across the state line in southern Vermont. Make the trip up from Williamstown to train in the Green Mountains. On the way, they pass the highest peak in the Bay State, Mount Greylock, the site of a roller ski race that takes place there, sponsored by NENSA in the fall months. Racer number 141 approaching the finish line now. Doing an awesome job is Parker Court-Rathwell from Tremblant Nordique, also racing for Michigan Tech through the finish line. Imagine a 900 vertical foot mountain located in the UP of Michigan, lift serviced and entirely double black diamond gladed skiing. Well, that's a description of Mount Bohemia, located on that little finger of land that sticks out into Lake Superior. So you're surrounded by 270 degrees of Great Lake. They get so much snow that they've become this destination resort known for its powder skiing with a bizarre marketing tactic. You can buy a lift ticket for $85 a day, or in a 4-day window, you can buy their season's pass for $99. It makes no sense. But I took the bait and I bought my $99 pass and I'm hoping to make it out there as we see our next skier, a former standout for Stratton Mountain School, on his way to the finish line for the Eafs of Williams College. It's Yanni Koch through the finish line for Williams.
Someone lost a pair of AirPod Pros.
Ooh, say that again.
Did someone leave AirPod Pros over my coach's corner? They're right here.
They're really nice AirPod Pros. We'll leave them here with me, and honest, I won't steal them. Honest. You can actually see my nose growing. My nickname is Pinocchio, so we've got a pair of AirPod Pros. Say that 10 times quick. Over here at the announcer's table. Once again, if you've lost your AirPod Pros, come on by to pick them up. And you got to admit, Apple had to have somebody evil working in their marketing department to come up with the concept of, I know, let's make them white. That way, in the snow, they'll never find them and they'll have to buy another pair. Racer number 152 on his way to the finish line is Zevi Schwartz. Standout for U32 High School when he was the Vermont State High School champion, now in the finish line representing Williams College. Zevi Schwartz, what an amazing high school career that guy had, racing for U32. Turned the page and now racing for the Eafs of Williams. Whole lot of purple and white cow-patterned Williams College athletes in the infield right now. Zevi Schwartz wrapping up his race day for Williams. Solid finish there for Schwartz. Here comes your next finisher, putting the hammer down, racer number 148 from St. Lawrence University. This is Trevor Aitken, representing the Saints out of Canton, New York, the Empire Stater through the finish line. Racer number 148 wrapping up his race. Solid finish there for the St. Lawrence University skier Trevor Aitken. Once again, sending out a great big thanks to our incredible organizing committee here at Craftsbury for the championship series that'll be taking place over the next few days. Big thanks going out to our chief of competition, Ollie Burris, former member of the Harvard Nordic ski team, doing a great job as chief of competition here at Craftsbury. Racer number 147 approaching the finish line now. That is Max Mahaffey from Thunder Bay, and the Ontario skier crosses the finish line. Thanks to Eileen Carey from Montana, our technical delegate, our TDA, Amy Smith, Chief of Course, Sam Osborne, Chief of Stadium, Eric Henson, Chief of Timing, Trevor Braun, Race Secretary and Volunteer Coordinator, Judy Gear, our timers, Ed Despard from Bullet Timing, and a big thanks to our medical coordinator, Brian Picard. Those are just a few of our organizing committee members who've done such a great job presenting the 2003 Henchy Memorial Super Tour Finals. I'd like to also send out a great big thanks to our many volunteers. Here comes a racer from Gould Academy, racer number 146, James Crowley from Gould, across the finish line. Gould has a very strong alpine program, snowboard program, in addition to their impressive Nordic ski program in Bethel, Maine. Here comes your next skier. Joining us from Ontario is racer number 157. This is Nicholas Randall from the National Team Development Center in Thunder Bay. And the Ontario skier crosses the finish line. Here's a battle between GMVS and MNC. Mansfield Nordic putting the hammer down. That is racer number 151, Nico Cuneo, battling it right to the finish line with racer number 154, Joseph Grazdiel. Tough call, but I think the GMVS skier nipped him at the finish line. That was Joseph Graziadei from GMVS, coached by Katrina Derrick and Colin Rogers. Racer number 159, powering out up that final hill. This is Jake Brown from Craftsbury. Wow, his coaches hit the wax. Look at that pair of skis just in that groove. Jake Brown through the finish line. Solid finish for the Craftsbury skier there. He's got to be happy with that. He saved just enough in the tank to get a really fast finish. Good skiing there from 159, Jake Brown. Just a few skiers left out on the course, finishing up their 10-kilometer event. Here comes your next skier. He's got the finish line in the crosshairs now. This is racer number 155, Jules Saint-Jean from the Orford Ski Club in Quebec. And our neighbor from the north through the finish line. From Gould, here's racer number 153, Lucas Barstow from Gould Academy with a solid finish for Gould. Ben Kamilowisk doing a great job with the team over there as their head coach for the Nordic squad at Gould. Another one of our Gould skiers fist pumping the air on his way to the finish line is racer number 150. Wrapping up his race day is Eli Schifrin from Gould Academy. Just a few meters to go for Schifrin. And Schifrin through the finish line, wearing bib number 150. A little bit of high tide in the forecast for tomorrow as rain's supposed to move in and temperatures soar into the 50s, but not a problem because the Wizards here at Craftsbury deemed tomorrow to be a rest day. So weather may come and go, but I don't think we're gonna have any issues as we move into Friday racing and the full weekend of scheduled events. So we got some great racing still to come this week as racer number 160, Chris Burnham, joins us from Northwest Vermont through the finish line, wrapping up his race day. Racer number 145 on his way to the finish line, joining us from Dublin is Gabriel Lloyd from Dublin Cross Country, located in southern New Hampshire. The Granite Stater through the finish. All right, striding up that final hill. A lot of power right there, dropping it into the double pole. Here comes racer number 158 from Gould. This is Ellis Slover from Gould Academy. Wrapping up his race day right there with a solid finish for Gould out of Bethel, Maine. In addition to our Chief of Competition, Ollie Burris, we'd like to thank Eileen Carey, our Technical Delegate, our TDA, Amy Smith, Chief of Course, Sam Osborne, Chief of Stadium, Eric Hansen, Chief of Timing, Trevor Baum, Race Secretary and Volunteer Coordinator, Judy Gear, Medical Coordinator, Brian Picard, and Ed Despard from Bullet Timing. Doing a great job. The organizing committee, solid performers here on day number 1 of 4 days of competition at the 2023 Henchy Memorials U.S. Super Tour Finals and Toyota U.S. Cross Country Championships. And your attention, please. We just heard from Chief of Competition, Ollie Burris. Awards will be taking place in 10 minutes. Make your way over to the backdropped podium over by the Competition Center, and we're going to be having our awards in 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you'll join us over by the podium for a presentation of our awards. We'll be recognizing the top 6 in the men's and women's overall category, our top 3 juniors for girls and boys. We've got some great prizes, including Green Village soap. It's available for sale in the Touring Center. We also have some Vermont Maple Sriracha that'll be going home with some of our top competitors. So special thanks to Vermont Maple Sriracha and Green Village Soap for their donations to our prize pool. Getting ready for awards, head on over to the podium. Awards taking place in just a couple minutes. Hope to see you there. Once again, we please make your way over to the podium. We're going to be giving away our top 6 women and men, top 3 juniors, boys and girls. Join us at the podium for a presentation of awards. We'll be recognizing our top skiers from day number 1 of the 2023 Henchy Memorial Super Tour Finals right here at Craftsbury. AT&T.
Are you on the Wi-Fi though? I don't think so. You should put it on my Wi-Fi out here. Okay. So you guys. I'm guessing we can. I think that's dropping out a little.
Once again, the invitation is out to come on by the podium located over by the competition center where we'll be recognizing our top competitors from today's 10-kilometer race. Please join us at the podium. Checking 1, 2, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on by to the podium. We're going to be getting underway with our very first awards of the day. We're going to be recognizing our top 3 girls juniors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick things off with the junior girls. These are U20 and below for the girls. We're going to start things off with our 3rd junior girl, doing an awesome job representing Ontario, Katya Semeniuk. Semeniuk, come on forward. 3rd place. Joining Katya on the podium, her teammate from Ontario. Great job today to 2nd place finisher in the junior girls category, Marley Molinaro. And busting up what could have been a Canadian sweep of the podium was your first place junior girl. Doing a great job from Dartmouth, Ava Thurston. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your junior girls winners. Semeniuk, Molinaro, and Thurston. Congratulations. Great job, ladies. Our attention now turns to your top 3 junior boys. Once again, in the U20 and below category, your third place finisher, Derek Richardson. In second place, joining Derek on the podium from GMVS, Tabor Greenberg. And topping the podium with a gold medal performance, our first junior boy today, representing Dartmouth, your champion, Jack Lang. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your champions in the junior boys division, Richardson, Greenberg, and Lang. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now our attention turns to the top 6 performers in the overall women's category. In 6th place, doing a great job, earning a check of $100 and some Vermont maple sriracha, your 6th place overall woman, Sydney Palmer Ledger from Utah. In 5th place today, earning a check of $150, Elena Sonasign. Your 4th place finisher today in the overall women's category, Maria Bredal. And now for your podium performers, your top 3. In 3rd place today, winning a check of $250 and Green Village soap. Congratulations to 3rd place finisher, Alexandra Lawson. In 2nd place in the overall women's category, Hannah Abrahamson. Hannah earning a check for $500. And your champion, topping the podium, winning a check for $750. Here she is, Margie Freed. Ladies and gentlemen, there they are, your 10-kilometer champions in the 2023 Henchy Memorial U.S. Super Tour Finals. Congratulations. And now it's time to recognize the top 6 competitors in the men's overall category, starting off with our 6th place overall man, Peter Walter. Joining Peter on the podium today in 5th place overall and winning some Vermont Maple Sriracha, Braden Becker. In 4th place today, a member of the USST D team, Zandon McMullen.